Good morning, everyone. I can already tell you that this is going to suck. Sorry for the echo, but as you can see, we are sitting in the library with it being completely empty. So there's no sound reverberation system. I just want to cry. But we're here to do sprints, so we're gonna do some sprints. So just know that if you hear an echo, it's probably just the room acoustics. So we'll see how it goes. But we're here to do sprints. Y'all, I cannot tell you how much this sucks because I don't have a table to put my stuff on. So I have my notebook and I have my books. These are the books that I'm going to focus on. So I need to finish Two Can Play, and I'm working on Brimstone to read that with Kelly. And it's all sitting in my chair. So, and then I have my phone. I have my coffee, all on like a little tray table. It's very comical in a sense, I guess. But progress is being made. So let's see who all is here, and then we'll go into our first sprint. I whisper, can you guys hear me? Because I feel like I'm yelling in this room. Let's see who all is here. Susan is here. Good morning, all. Elena is here. Good morning. Good morning. Good. Reading Air of Fire. I need to read that series. Swank is here. Happy World Baking Day. Happy Cherry Cobbler Day. And happy Ride a Unicycle Day. I could do some baking. I do have, you know how like they make those sugar cookies with pre-printed things on them at the grocery store? I bought some of those because they had Spider-Man and they had Yoshi. So we're gonna make some of those today. So I can do the baking day part. I can't do the other two. I don't have a unicycle and I don't know how to make a cherry cobbler. Although I'm sure I can find a recipe. Swank says hola to Susan and Elena. Kat says, good morning, Alicia and friends in the chat. I'm working on a couple of tasks before heading to a birthday party. Ooh. Well, I hope you have fun at the birthday party, and I hope you get your tasks done. Susan says, I'm tidying up my apartment in spurts, listening to Act of Valor by Dana Mentic. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Starting at 70%. Swank says good morning to Kat. Kat is saying good morning to Swank. Susan says hello to Swank. And Alicia, I'm sorry you're sad. I'm not like, I'm sad because my room, you guys know what my room looked like before. And I know that it is a work in progress and it will be better than ever when it's done. But it's just I hate being in limbo. And this right now feels like limbo. Like there's no books behind me. Like if I could show you like on another screen, like what this room looks like, it's literally like a chair and a table. Like, I don't know if I could even show you that. And like, there's a power strip on the floor that has the Wi-Fi extender. And I also had to replace my charging cable for my laptop because I think that part of it was sitting on the floor and it got wet. So I think it was short circuiting. which is why I was having issues on Friday during Morning Time Pirates saying that my thing wasn't charging. So there's that. There, it's like the more we do, the more I uncover, the more I have to fix. And I can't wait for it to be done. I really can't. So it's just kind of like that feeling. Like I feel like I'm in limbo and I don't like it. I don't like it. Ren says, hello, hello, everyone. That and like this, it's very hard to look at when I used to have bookcases back there. I will say that we have a plan for the bookcases. They will be built out of wood, and my husband is talking about making it so that the very bottom shelf is not touching the floor. There's going to be something underneath of the bookcases per se, so that if in the event that this happens again, we won't have to worry about books at all. And he said that the bookcases are going to be taller, like 8-foot bookcases, and they're also going to be 3 foot wide. So they're going to be longer, like wider than the older bookcases. So I'll only have like 4 bookcases on the back wall. And then I will have one over here in the corner that you can't see. And then one over here where the textbooks were. But I will probably have to build a smaller one to sit next to it. Because remember, I had 8 bookcases. And so while the bookcases are going to be wider, it's still going to be the same amount of bookcases. So I had 5 along this wall. So that 5th bookcase is technically divided up between the 4 that are going to be on the back wall, if that makes sense, because they're going to be wider. They're going to be like 3 foot wide by 8 feet tall. So we'll see. They won't be like built in to the wall. They're going to be freestanding, just like the ones before, but they will be bigger. So if that's the case, then we might have to actually build or get a ladder so that I can actually put stuff on the top shelves. Because I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm only 5'4". So, and I had to reach to put stuff on 6-foot bookcases or use a step ladder. So they're going to be much taller. And we can do that because we have 10-foot ceilings. So, but we don't want to go too high, because then it'll interfere with the ceiling fan. We don't want that. Ren says, listening to Honor and Heresy by Max Francis. Maybe Max Francis. You put a comma, so I'm thinking it was supposed to be Max because I'm looking at the keyboard. So Max Francis and about 2 wash dishes. I need to do the same. Kat says, don't cry. We don't care about the echo. Barely noticeable. Really? Oh, that's one thing I was worried about because I know the acoustics in this. Like, I can hear myself. That's, how like when you first move in, it's that kind of echo because the things have not been put in place. That's what it feels like. We're happy to see you, and when everything gets fixed, it'll be beautiful and better than before. Yes. I'm so excited. Right now, we have the flooring picked, measured, and we literally just have to schedule it, and then it can go in. And then once it goes in, then hubby can build the bookcases. Then the bookcases go in. They will be painted. I think I'm going to go with the laurel tree color of green. So if you're in my Discord, I did add a channel under Alicia's stuff for unplanned library reno. So we had did that. And so I've been putting in the basically this is what happened, this is what it looked like, here's where we're at, these are the colors. So you guys can see pictures of the progress. And then we'll go from there. Susan says, at least you can see progress. Yes, we did move out all of the bookcases yesterday. And we had to separate the shelves because if you guys know, even though the bookcases were made out of particle board, some of the shelves were actually wood because those were Target 5 shelf bookcases. But I took a piece of wood, painted it black to match, and then added it in. So that was the 6th shelf for the bookcase. So we had to separate because I think we can still use those shelves. I'm just not sure where yet. Swing says, I'll be working on my morning pages in the first sprint. Nice, nice. Susan says, just finished my devotional. Awesome. Tula is here. Hi, Alicia and chat. Feel free to put in your crafty link, Tula, and we can hop over and say hello. Swank says hi to Tula. Tula says, I agree, Kat. Thanks. Tula says, hi, Swank. Molly says, hi there, everybody. Today I am going to be clear out as many itty bitty arcs as I can. Are we reading them or are we clearing them out from collection? And that's the other thing too, is I've realized how much stuff I had in this room. Some of it will not be coming back in. So we're going to also be decluttering as we put stuff back in. So some books may not be on the shelves when we come back and putting them back in. So there's that. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, it mostly YA books that I'm going to be getting rid of. I may put them on Pango or I may just decide to donate them. I haven't decided yet because I have to go through all of them. And right now, you can also see on my Discord for the library reno how my books are sitting. They're sitting in a corner in a giant pile, and I hate that. Absolutely hate it because there's no rhyme or reason. There's no organization whatsoever. So I'm like hoping that this picks up the pace and we can put it back together because the house is a mess. Hello, Swank from Elena. Konnichiwa, Molly Sue from Swank. Molly, that's a great goal. Yes. Molly says, hugs, Alicia. Thank you. Swank says, Jumbo Ren. The echo isn't noticeable. Okay, good. Then it's just me. If it's just me, that's fine. But I wanted to make sure you guys couldn't hear it. Because if I get really loud, I don't know if you guys can hear it. So I'm trying to like keep a little bit quieter because I can hear it. And to me, I'm screaming. But that's just me. So that's good. Only if for a page is here. Hello, hello. Hi, Alicia. I'm about to cook dinner. Ooh, what are we making? Let us know. Swank says, a tiny woman book mistress. A what? Is that for Molly? Because she was reading tiny books. Christina. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Christina. Welcome in. Molly says, I agree with Kat. In fact, I find you easier to hear. Really? To figure out how to make that possible when everything is back in. Swank says, Mama. Christina says hi to Swank, Daniela, Susan, Molly, or Mully, Tula, Ren, and Kat. I'm going with that was a typo. Christina says, remember to hydrate, feed thyself, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so hopefully you get notified. Yes, please, and thank you. There's a clock in my bathroom, and I just realized that it's not working. I might have to change the battery. It says it is 6:42. That's not correct. Molly says, Kat, don't know if you're into comics and or superheroes, but I just watched an episode of Marvel Zombies on Disney Plus. I have seen that, and I want to watch it. I haven't watched it yet. We just finished watching, what was it called? Maul, the Shadow Lord. That was for Star Wars. I guess that was how he became about. It was his like story. Molly says, Christina. And there's Christina putting in Tula sprints for the Maker's Quest at 12. Ooh, so she hasn't started yet. So in about 45-ish minutes, you can go hop over and say hello and see what crafty things she's doing in 45 minutes. Molly, I'm reading as many short arcs as I can. I am at 49% on NetGalley. Oh, I gotcha. I need to do that too. I have a couple of arcs that I haven't finished, so I need to finish them so that I can do my reviews. I'll probably make salmon and baked potatoes. Also, my name is Daniela. Oh, thank you for letting me know. I will add you to my list so that I don't forget it again. But that sounds delicious, especially the baked potatoes. I like baked potatoes, especially if you can add like broccoli and cheese and bacon bits, sour cream. That's my favorite. That's my favorite. No for you, Alicia 54. Oh, that was for me, that comment, because I'm short, or as I say, vertically challenged. Yum, Daniela. It is, right? Swink says, yes, I can hear you better too. You are usually quite quiet. I did not know that. I think it's the louder I speak, the more I sound like I'm yelling. And it messes with my tinnitus in my ears, so I try not to talk loudly because I don't want to feel like I'm screaming. Molly says, got caught up on Mall, but then episode 5 came out. I need to watch some more. Ooh, so you were watching the show? We finished the season last night. I think there's only 10 episodes. But it wasn't bad. We're trying to get caught up on things that they've come out with, but we haven't seen yet. So Mall was one of them. The Marvel Zombies, and there's a couple of movies that we haven't seen. If going by the phased timeline, I have seen most of them. I have not seen the Marvels movie, but I have seen everything else with the exception of the newest one, I think. I have to remember what the newest movie is for Marvel. But there's like one or two that I haven't seen, but I've seen everything else. Swink says hi to Daniela. And Swink says, I always monitor my volume too. Interesting. I'm going to pull up our timer so we can go into our first sprint soon. Swank says, I want to see the sheep detective so bad. What is that? The sheep detective? I must Google this. I have not heard of that. It's a movie? Does it have Hugh Jackman in it? Hugh Jackman, Emma Thompson. That's the only two I know. I didn't even hear that this was a thing. When did it come out? Film had preview screenings on May 2nd. It was released in the United States on May 8th. So this just came out. Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. Let me know if you watch it, Swank. Let me know how it is. Swank says the cat is so cute. So that one I picked because it on the collar it says Misu, Misu, and I picked that one because it has the same coloring as my Simon, and we used to call him Misisu. So I thought it was appropriate. A little bit of comfort today. Olivia says, hi, Alicia. Hello, Olivia. How are you? Let us know what you're reading or working on. You're just in time. We're about to go to our first sprint. And she's saying hello to everyone. This weekend, I read some Percy Jackson books because I'm behind on the read along. Ooh, getting caught up, getting caught up. Nice, nice. I want to see The Sheep Detective and the latest Avatar. Ooh, I'm behind on those two because they have like three movies out now, don't they? I've only seen the first one, and I want to see more because I did like the first one. Christina says, "Hi, Livia. I'm going to start The Last Olympian." Nice. I think in the first sprint, I'm going to write a list of things I need to work on. Not just in sprints, but like after sprints. And I need to find some chapstick because my lips are chapped. And then I think I'm going to focus on trying to finish Two Can Play. So I can finish that and then I'll work on Pages for Brimstone. I don't know where Kelly is, but knowing her, she's probably at least halfway, if not almost finished. Livy says, hi, Christina. Swank says, you can take your kids. He reads murder mysteries to his sheep. So they try to solve a murder. You can watch the trailer. I have to wait until it comes on streaming. Ugh. I've been kind of doing the same thing too. Like if I can wait until it goes to streaming, then I will. A friend of mine, Monday, tomorrow is her birthday, but she wants to go and see the new Mandalorian and Grogu movie. So that comes out in movie theaters next weekend for us. And so I think we're going to go see that on Saturday. So next weekend, I'll be able to tell you if it was good or not. I think it will be because one, it's Star Wars. Two, it's produced by Jon Favreau. So I look forward to seeing what he does with it because he does great things, especially with like the Marvel movies. He did great things. And I love his work. Livia says hi to Swank and hi, Susan. Swank says buongiorno, Livia. Livia says hi, Daniela, and hi, Molly. And Susan says, hello, Livia. Looking forward to your thoughts on The Last Olympian. I read that one. It was okay. But I also was not, I know that they're middle grade. I haven't read any of the newer ones that they've put out where the kids are older. So I need to find those and read them. But I liked the series. I like Greek mythology, so. And Swake says, I don't have a running car right now. Oh no! Is it within walking distance that you could do like movies and stuff like that, or no? I know, like for me, we would need to have a car at all times because it takes us 20 minutes to get anywhere from around where we live. All right. I've got our timer set for 45 minutes. I'm going to star. Swing says, no. I feel you. I feel you. It's like you're stuck. You can't do anything. Eh. It's, the comment is like right behind this, like, make it bigger thing. There we go. And it wouldn't let me star the comment because it was hiding. Oi, I got it. I got it though. But let's go into our first sprint, and I will see you guys back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. How did everybody do that sprint? I found my chapstick, so my lips feel better. I did have to fold a load of laundry, so I did that. I don't know if you saw shadows or movement, but husband was over here sweeping up some carpet fibers, and we were discussing the possibility of maybe like a wraparound corner shelf and then fulfilling the wall. So we're trying to decide on what is going to be best for the housing of the books in this room. So we did a little bit of that, and he's trying to get insight into what I want this room to be. So I was filling him in on that, and then I did work on my to-do list, so I'm almost done with that. So I'll hopefully get to start reading in the next sprint. Let's see what you guys got up to. You can't see him, but I do have Ralphie in my lap. Let me see if I can tilt this up. See, he's like laying across my lap. It's not purring or anything. He's just laying there. So I think he's just trying to make sure that I'm okay. Where did we leave off? This was our last comment. So moving forward, Carissa joined us. Good morning. I just got back from going for a walk and I'm going to relax for a minute. Nice. Hopefully you had a lovely walk and got to hear all the birds chirping. Carissa says, I will also be reading Oathbringer by Brandon Sanderson. Let us know how you're liking it. I have not read anything by Brandon Sanderson. He's on my list of authors to try. Amanda is here. Hey, Alicia, how are you doing today? Better than I was. So we're still in progress. It is a little hard to be in here without all of the surrounding environment, but we're making do. I'm really hoping that the flooring gets done sooner than later so that we can move forward because the rest of my house is in disarray. Jen is here. Hey, Alicia and chat. I'm working on Empire of Storms and Tower of Dawn, tandem read and laundry today. Hope everyone is well. We are doing the same. I'm not reading the Empire of Storms. I'm actually reading Two Can Play and Brimstone. But I am also doing laundry today. So are we moving, Ralphie? What are we doing? He's moving. He's moving around. Come on. Lay down, please. Are you done? What are we doing? I don't know what he's doing, but I don't think he knows. Swank says hi to Jen, and Swank says hola to Carissa. Susan says, I decided to listen to Josh Groban's latest cinema. I have no idea how to pronounce that. You listened to that. It's amazing. Ooh. Is this like his newest album? Swank says, I finished my morning pages and put in the holidays. Oh, put the holidays in Dragon Discord. Nice. I'll have to post a picture for the World Baking Day later. Daniela says dinner is nearly ready. Yay. Ooh, it's gonna be so delicious. Ren says got dishes done and made it to 58% in honor and heresy. Nice. Swank says ciao, Amanda. Molly says heads up parents and grandparents of 3 to 5 year olds. Shark's preschool activity book is an arc on NetGalley and it's fantastic. Lots of skill exercises and lots of shark facts. Huh. I didn't even know they did those in NetGalley. I figured they'd have kids' books, but not like an activity book. Molly says started Anchored in You, a romance arc. Nice. Swank says, Ralphie, so sweet. Hi, Ralphie. Let's open it. He's sitting on the floor, like staring at the power strip. Molly, oh, Alicia, I'm so sorry. Your library is chaos and making you sad. It will be back even better. Yes, I know. It's just sometimes it's hard to look at. And even though I'm in here to try to keep the consistency with sprints and trying to be back on track and trying to just move forward, it's hard. It's so hard because I know that this is progress. We're moving forward, and I think even like husband was saying, there's a couple of spots where we're gonna have to like we still have nails in the wall from when my sister used to live in this room. And so we're gonna pull the nails, patch the holes, um, put some texture on the walls, and then paint it so that so all the walls are beige again. We're gonna do all that, and so I know I'll be able to add more shelves for other things. And there was one bookcase that was kind of hiding two screws that were in the wall. So those will come out because if he's going to build another bookcase, those have to come out so it can be flush against the wall. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot. I know that it'll be better by the time we're done. It's just, again, we're in limbo because we're waiting to schedule. We have to wait for them the contractors on their end. We have to wait for them to contact us to schedule the flooring so that the flooring can go in, which I know is going to take, because it's tile, it's probably going to take 1 to 2 day process. So unless they get a whole bunch of people in here, one guy puts down, preps the floor, then the next guy comes in and does, I don't know exactly how they're going to do it, but I don't want them to like call and say, okay, here's the schedule, and it's not until like June or July. I would rather have this back together sooner than later. But I don't know. We'll have to see. I just don't like that everything's in disarray. Annette is here. Hello, Alicia. Hello, chat. Hello, Annette. Let us know what you are reading or working on. Kat says, I placed some orders, created my outline for today's zombie-a-thon, happy hour hangout for later today, and set my intentions for next week. I need to set my intentions for next week, and I don't even know where to begin. So it might be a take it easy type week and kind of shift things around so that we can have somewhat normalcy. I know today's intention after sprints is to clean off the dining room table so that we can at least sit down and eat. Because right now we're eating in the living room, which is fine, but we're so used to eating at the table for at least dinner that we can't do that. because the table is absolutely covered. So I have to figure out where to put some of the things. And I know that there's some books on the table that are going to go to the library and be donated. I'm not even going to deal with them. They were already on Pango, so I can't hold on to everything right now. And even still, I might be going through my unread TBR and weeding out some of those books so that when the library is back together, those books are not going to come back. They're just going to be donated. I'm compiling a list that I will email my contacts at the library and see if they are looking for any specific titles that they can add to their collection or need copies of, and go from there. So, and then if the library can't use them, they do have like a friends of the library. I'll just give it to them and they can sell it at their book sales. So we'll see what happens. Annette says, "Hugs, Alicia. I really feel for you. Hugs are always appreciated. Thank you. I feel like I can't get enough hugs. I want all of the hugs, but thank you." Kat says, "I need to hop off so I can get ready for the birthday party, which is at noon. So you are probably already long gone. But thanks for spins, Alicia. Have a terrific rest of your day, everyone. You as well, Kat. She's already at the party. Well, she might not be. She's probably, because wait, she's an hour behind me. So she's almost at the party. But have fun, have fun." Susan says, "Yes, it's his newest album." Nice. Krista says, "It's pretty good so far, but really, but I'm ready to get it done. I'm just over the halfway mark. I have been going back and forth with listening to it on Audible and reading it on my Kindle." Nice. So it's not really like would you say it's not a 5-star read? If you're ready to get it done, or is it just a big book? I don't know. This is Oathbringer. I don't know how big it is. Let me know. Annette says, "Going to read some more of Six of Crows. I'm only on chapter 3. I don't know where we're at currently. We've done 2 sprinting sessions. So I want to say we're around chapter 18. I'm trying to visually see it. Yeah, I think we're going to be starting on 18 next time. So you've got some time. And Molly says, "Annette." And Molly says, "Have fun, Kat." Carissa says, "I hope that it gets done quickly. That's kind of how I feel when I move. I don't like things out of order." Yes, that is the biggest thing for me, is because, like, one, I see how much I pulled out of this room, and I know that a lot of it is not going to come back in this room. But at the same time, I don't like that my books are in a huge pile stacked on top of each other and they're out of order. I still have books in bags that have been filmed, but because I can't put them on the shelves, they're just sitting in bags. So I don't like it. So we're gonna manifest that it gets done quickly. We're gonna do some of that this week. Molly, Alicia, I too need to set my intentions for the week and don't know where to begin. My house is back to pre-inspection mess. Oh, do you think it's kind of like where I'm at, where like maybe you have to weed stuff out, or is it just things need to be put away? Because I know that's my problem too. But it's kind of like things need to be put back, but they also need to be Like this room needs to be taken care of, and that's why the house is in disarray. It's like a whole chain, a chain of things. This needs to happen in order for that to happen, in order for this to happen, in order for that to go back into place. Trust me, I'll be so happy when everything is back to being in order. Olivia says, I started to listen to my book while organizing my craft room. Nice. Carissa says, I need to take some books to the library. I have 2 big bags full that have just been sitting. Yes, that's kind of where I'm at too. Susan says, Alicia, remind me how this happens to your library. So if you guys can't see it, I mean, I could turn you guys around so you could see it, but behind where I'm sitting, there is I don't know what you would call it. I mean, it is a full bathroom. It has a shower, a toilet, and a sink, but there is a bathroom that leads to the lanai. But there is a connection from the toilet tank to the water valve for the toilet. And part of it was made of plastic. And you can see there was a line, a crack where the plastic cracked. And because it has about 50 to 60 pounds of pressure through that little tube, it broke and it flooded the bathroom. And in turn, when it did that, it went underneath the bathroom door and it went through the carpet. The transition from the bathroom to the carpet didn't really have, you know how like sometimes they put like a plate or something that makes that transition easier. We didn't have that. So this time we're going to have it. But it basically, there's, when you have carpet, there's carpet padding, and then there's usually a vapor barrier, and then the carpet. The vapor barrier is there so like if I spill something on the carpet, it doesn't go through to the padding, which then goes through to the concrete, because concrete is porous. It would soak up the water. So it went through the bathroom door and into the carpet. And by the time I caught it, it was already through the library door under into the hallway, and it started to snake around the wall into the dining room. And that's when I caught it because I went to go get cat food from my pantry cabinet and then noticed, why is there water on the floor? From there, I put towels down to soak up that water in the dining room and then had to figure out where the water was coming from. So then I started following the water, to which then led me to the library, to the bathroom. So I had to shut off the water valve to the toilet. But by then, I had already had an inch of water in the bathroom and on the library. And because that padding soaks up the water, what it does is it soaks it up and it spreads it all across the library. So every single bookcase in this library got destroyed because they were made of particle board, and particle board sucks up water. So now we are here. There is nothing like you. If I go like this carefully, you can see there's no carpet. That's concrete floor. That is where the foundation, I guess you could say, that's the foundation of the house. So now we have to put in a new floor. And this time we're going to do tile. So that in the event that that happens again, it'll be easier to clean up and it won't ruin bookcases. It won't ruin books. So that's what happened. And this is we've cleaned out the carpet. We've ripped it all out because we couldn't salvage it. We've ripped it all out. We've gotten rid of it. We've cleaned up the floor. The only thing we have to do is rip up the tack strips that would be for carpet. And then the people will come in and they will do I forget what it's called, but it's basically they put down something that goes underneath and it sticks the tile to the floor. It's not grout because grout goes in between the tile. But they basically, I think it's called thin set, maybe. Either way, it's the stuff that they put down, then they put the tile on top and they situate it however they need to with spacings, and then they'll grout it, and then the floor will be done. They'll do that for this room, and they're doing the entire hallway. So that will be done, and then after that's done, then we build bookcases out of wood and put it back together. So that's where we're at. We're kind of in the limbo of waiting for the floor to be scheduled to put in, and then we can go from there. It's just I hate waiting. I'm going, why can't this be done already? Yes, Ralphie, I know. The room is not what it used to be. Come on, get up here. Hi. Hi, Ralphie. Hi, Ralphie. Lie down. Livia says hi to Carissa, Kat, and Molly. And hello to Ren. Uh, Carissa says it's a mixture of both. I have put it down multiple times, but I really want to finish it. It's holy crap, 1,200 pages. Man, that's a read in small chunks. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know I got alchemized and it's over 1,000 pages, and I was like, I'm gonna read it, but it's gonna take a while. Ooh, 1,200 pages. I do not blame you for putting it down multiple times. I mean, that's a huge book. How far are you into it again? Let me know. That's a lot. Oh, I didn't realize it was that big of a book. I am shocked. Ralphie, can you believe that? 1,200 pages, Ralphie. Chrissy says hi to Livia. Livia says, hi, Jen. Just talked with Corey. Congratulations for the fair. Ooh, did we do extremely well? Let us know. Let us know how it went. Molly says, oh, I definitely need to do some weeding, and then ideally I will have a place for what I keep, so I'm organized. Yes, I we are doing that too. I think my husband and I have decided that once the library is back together, then the whole house is going to go through a declutter, deep clean type process, because there's just some of us have clothes that we don't fit anymore or we don't want, and we're like, why do we still have these? My daughter's room, I cleaned her room, and it's back to being cluttered again. So clearly we have to go through her room again, but I still have to do my son's room because I never did his deep clean. And so we're going to be going through everything. We don't need to get anything for any reason. We just need to use up what we have and then go from there. I never knew we had so much stuff. Jen says, thanks, Livia. It was a great day all around. Ooh, yay. Livia, so happy for you, Jen. Yes. Swink says, I come from a long line of hoarders. I need to purge so much stuff, especially props, costumes, and set furniture I used on stage and screen, and starting to sell books on Pango. Yes, I know that all too well. My grandmother was a hoarder and she had pathways throughout her entire house. And because my house feels like that right now, it bothers me. Um, I'm trying to go through some of the stuff now. So there might be a lot of donation happening. Um, and I know like I have books to send to some friends because they were looking for some certain titles that I had and I was getting rid of. So that's happening. Um, Molly is requesting, as I go through my stickers, which I started doing, she will get some of those. Um, there's just a lot. We're going to start going through everything. And I will have to check out your store on Pango Swing. I think I'm following you. I'll have to double check. If not, I'll find you. I'll find you on Pango. Molly says, is your home insurance covering everything? We did not even go through homeowners insurance because we didn't want them to draw out the process and or just deny everything. So we're just doing it on our own. So instead of buying a vehicle, we're now doing stuff for the house. And we will have to come up with vehicle money later. So that's how that's going. Christina says, folded 3 loads of laundry and put them away. 1 more to go. Ooh, you are on top of it, Christina. Love that for you. Kim is here. Good afternoon. Let us know what you're working on, Kim. Jen says, I think it's called thin set. My dad used to install tile. You might be right. I never can remember the terminology for flooring. Like I know there's carpet padding and then the carpet because that's what we had before. But when it comes to tile, I know that there's grout that goes in between. But I could never remember if the stuff underneath the tile is thin set or mortar or both. I could never tell. I never remember. Kim says I'm going to finally be putting my books back up, or as many as I can, in the next few hours. The dining room is turning into my new library. Oh, is this a temporary thing, or is this going to be a more permanent solution? How is that going? Carissa says I'm about 55%. If you can hear background noise, like chatting, it's my children. I don't know how much you can hear. I'm sorry. I think one of them is sitting at the kitchen bar with his tablet because it has to be plugged in. Christina says, right now we are trying to get all our chores done so we can join Dee Dee for the Vampire Diaries watch along. Ooh. What season and episode are we up to now? I have not been able to watch anything. I should have done it last week or this past week, but I didn't. It has been a whirlwind. Christina says, hi, Carissa. And Carissa says, hey, Christina. And hi to Kim from Christina. Christina says, hi, Jen. Jen says, I'll look through your store on Pango too, Alicia, and maybe you can bring anything we want if we get a chance to meet up in July. Sounds like a plan. And I have, like I said, I'll have a whole bunch more that I'll be adding, even if temporary. And that way you guys can see. Because I think right now I only have 54 books after all the ones I took off from when I did the Pango sale. So, but I'm sure I'll be adding more because weeding out stuff. Excuse me. If you guys could see this cat. I don't think I'll be writing on my notebook anytime soon. He's laying on top of me, on top of my arm, which is on top of my notebook. Let me see, can I move that? And then move this. He's like laying on top of me. He's like, Mom, we're fine. We're gonna be okay. He has been very cuddly since this whole thing happened. He's been laying with me in bed and laying with me in the library and everywhere. He's near me at the desk, on the sofa. Molly says my mom turns 86 Tuesday. Stepdad is 87 in June. Trying to get them to let go of anything is impossible. So someday in the future, it's gonna suck going through stuff. Oh, I know that feeling. I had to do that with my grandma and my dad. My dad was like, I'm going to keep all of these things and I can sell them for this. And she had clothes with new tags and this and that. And I'm like, dude, if you can't use it, get rid of it. Like, if she hasn't used it at all, or if it's still, because my grandma used to do like QVC. She would buy all the things off of QVC and the home shopping network, but she would order it and then it would sit. She never used any of it. So my dad was I told him, I said, if you can't use it or you can't find somebody who wants it, either put it on Facebook Marketplace and sell it or donate it. Have a yard sale, something. Because you can't keep everything. And at the time he was talking about moving, which he eventually did. But I was like, you don't want to take this stuff with you if you're moving. You know what I mean? So he eventually followed through and he was like, you know what? I donated this. I donated her because he still had her car. He donated her car so that they could like clean it up and give it to someone less like someone who needed it. And I think he ended up donating to a women's shelter all of the clothes that she had that was still in good condition and or new with tags. I mean, she had all kinds of stuff. Some stuff he did keep because he was like, I'll use that. But other stuff he donated. So I was proud of him for that because I know he can keep some stuff too. Kim says hi to Christina. I almost said it the other way around. Swank says hi to Kim. Kim says hi, Swank. All of the hellos. Um, Swank says hi, Kim and Carissa. Kim says permanent, I'm pretty sure anyway. That would be nice though to have it more permanent location, maybe a bigger area. Um, and then that way you can have like a little corner as the library and then you'll have like your room as your room. Oh, I hope it turns out the way you want. And be all pretty and organized and Christina says, I think we're starting with season 1, episode 11 today and watching 3. Okay, so you guys haven't finished the first season yet. Okay, I'm not too far behind then. Maybe Vampire Diaries will be the next show because we just finished Sopranos and we watched Maul, the Shadow Lord, and those were husband's picks. So now I get to pick something. So I think we're gonna watch Vampire Diaries. I have to see if it's on streaming or if I can go through DVD because I do have most of the DVDs. But if I can find it on streaming, then I will watch it there. Swank says, Mama. Kim says, I'm so excited to rediscover my TBR that I haven't seen in like 6 or 7 months. Right? That's always going to be fun. Because then you can, you're going to organize it by what's read and what's not read, or you're just going to put them on the shelf and see what happens? Because I know you're kind of like me. You kind of organize how you want it. I usually do mine by author's last name, but lately I had been trying to do like these were my books that have been unread, but here's the like newly purchased stuff. It's kind of separate. So that's alphabetized by author's last name, but newly purchased stays with newly purchased. And then as I read it, then it went with the read shelves. And then the unread TBR that was behind me, those were all alphabetized too. So I started creating sections, but this time I think when I put the library back together, I'm just going to go alphabetized by author's last name, but I will put in the newly purchased ones with a tab so that I know that they're newly purchased. And when they're red, then they lose their tab. The other thing I thought about doing was turning all of them around so that you can't see the spines. But then I was like, no, I can't do that because if I can't see the spines, then how am I going to read them? So we're trying to figure out how we're going to do that when this is back together. But it'll be so nice to rediscover and read TBR stuff. Molly says, sweet Ralphie. He is being a sweet boy. Swank says, my cat loves to lay on what I'm writing on too. He has always done that. Even when I was in my college classes and he was a kitten, he used to sit on my desk and he'd either lay on my textbook or on my notebook, and then he would try to attack my pen when I was writing. So right now he's just relaxing. Heating up my arm is what he's doing. Molly says hi to Kim. And also, it's all the stuff that actually represents memories that no one knows except them. That's true. The nostalgia feel. That is true. Christina says, wait, I think I missed something. Kim, did you move or not moving now? I hadn't heard of any move, so maybe not moving? I don't know. Let us know, Kim. Give us an update. Molly says, my mom has a dollhouse that her father made her when she had scarlet fever. It's about 100 years old and needs a facelift. She wants to pass it on to a grandchild. But the appropriately aged grandchildren come from a rich family, so everything is brand new. They've never even seen the dollhouse. It's stuff like that. Well, and that's the thing too, is like nowadays everybody is either getting stuff that's brand new or they look for the antique stuff, but they never really think about like family. Like, because you could use that dollhouse as like a family heirloom. It's been passed down from generation to generation. But if they don't know that or they don't know the story, then they're less inclined. Or like some things, like my dad has furniture that my grandma had that I believe she got from her parents or somebody in the family made it, but it's made out of real wood and it has lasted for as long as I can remember. Like I know she had it in the house that she lived in Baltimore, and there's like a china cabinet, there's a dry bar, and there's a picnic table style like dining room table. And I think there might be one more piece. But I can tell you right now, like my dad has it in his house. It's fine for his house. But like if he were to pass it down, I know that like he says my sister doesn't want it. And yes, I could take it, but where would I put it? You know what I mean? Like it's so big and heavy and bulky. I don't know where I would put it in this house because it doesn't really fit the decor that I have. It's very huge, very, I don't want to say rustic because it has like a clear coat on it. So it's shiny, but and I don't know when it was made or anything. So, and I would like to know the story behind it, but at the same time, again, where would I put it? Because I don't have a use for a dry bar. So, and then the picnic table, I mean, I could see putting that in the dining room and just removing the table we have now. But then there's the china hutch, the china cabinet thing. That thing is like it would probably take up half of my wall behind me. That's how long it is. So I know it's sometimes you just have to find somebody who is going to appreciate it and let it go that way. But I see what you're saying. Like They want to pass it down, but people may not want it passed down, if that makes sense. Yes, Rafi? Hi. What you doing, Bubba? Christina says, I feel like I got lost for a while, but I guess that is what happened when you go on an extended non-vacation. A lot has happened in that short amount of time. And that, and if you're trying to keep up with everybody, that's a lot. That's a lot to keep up with. Swank says, my mom got a Shirley Temple doll as a child when she almost died. Oh, and she still has it? That'd be kind of cool to see. Well, I'm glad that she didn't die, and I hope she's doing okay now. That's kind of cool. A Shirley Temple doll? I remember watching those movies. Christina says it's on Peacock, maybe Netflix too. I will check Netflix because that's what I have and see. I have cat hair in my nose now. Ugh. Kim says, no, Christina, you haven't missed anything. We did not move. So we are emptying the storage units back into the house. Oi, that's going to be a lot. It's like you're moving in all over again. You can reposition everything. I know that's going to be a lot, though. Molly says, my stepdad is a prepper light and has food packed in 5-gallon buckets from 2020. Even with today's grocery prices, he won't let us open it up. He has celiac, so he can't even eat most of it. I would also go through that because that, even though that stuff is made for like storms and for preppers and stuff like that, check it because they still have expiration dates. So even if it's like a 5-gallon bucket that has like meal pouches in it, check it because it's gonna expire at some point. And I know we have to go through the same thing. We have like one or two storm prep, and we have MREs. And those MREs, we do still have some, and we used them during Hurricane Milton. Not the best tasting, but it got us through. So, especially when we didn't have electricity for 4 days. But yeah, I would check that stuff and make sure that none of it's expired. And as long as it's been kept in like dry, cool climates, it should be okay, even past the expiration, but don't quote me on it. I would Google and make sure. Um, but yeah, I definitely check those dates. Kim says my library slash office was in the guest bedroom. Now it's going to mostly be the dining room, which closes off the doors. Ooh, that'll be kind of nice. Ooh, you'll have to let us know when it's all set up and take pictures. Do a tour of the new area. That'll be a nice video to see. Molly says, aw, Swank, is it still around? Swank says, Molly, that dollhouse would be cool to turn into a gothic mansion. Yes, I've seen people do that too. You could have like your own little haunted mansion. Christina, ooh, sorry, that is a lot of work just to undo, but then it is cleaned out and it is like starting fresh. Yep. Yep. Uh, Kim says, and yes, I usually do read and unread with some specifics grouping, but I may switch it up. That's yeah. Now that this has happened to my library and I have to like rebuild it, I'm just going, how do I want to do this? I'm like, okay. Because like I said, if you guys go to the Discord channel, it says Unplanned Library Reno. You can see everything that we have done or has happened so far. There's pictures in there where you'll be able to see the color of the tile. The grout you won't be able to see, but it's going to be a coffee bean color, so a dark brown. And then I'm thinking there's two paint colors of green. I'm thinking the laurel tree color, that is going to be the color of my bookcases. And then there is a rug that is kind of like a beige and blue color. I think that might come in here. We'll see because it's like an 8 foot by 10 foot rug. So that will be nice to have on top of the tile. So earthy tones, I might add in some, if I can find some I like, I might do some fairy lights and have those on the shelves and see. We have a lot of things, and we also have two outlets on this wall. So my husband's thinking about how to make sure that they're still accessible. So we'll either like cut out a hole in the back of the bookcase and just put the faceplate so you can see the faceplate, or he's talking about moving them so that they come out to the edge of the bookcase, like it would be in the bottom. You know how like some people they have like a baseboard at the bottom of their bookcases, but they have an outlet there so they can still use the outlets, something like that. So we're in the designing phase while we wait for the flooring to be scheduled. So we're doing taller and wider bookcases. If you weren't here before when I said they're going to be 8 foot tall and 3 foot wide, that's that's how we're going to do it, I think. But they're going to be made out of real wood and painted green. And now I have to figure out like uh, Kim was saying, I have to figure out like read and unread and how I'm going to group and display the books so that I can easily get to the ones that are unread and still house the ones on shelf that are read. So we're gonna figure it out. Molly says, right, my brother would probably take me to court if I tried that though. He wants nothing to change. Wait, did I miss something? Um, because of the prepper food? I mean, you can't hold on to stuff forever. Before long, you might find bugs in it, if that's what you're talking about. Um, that's silly, though. Change is inevitable. Things happen, things need to be changed. Um, Swank says, I never understood turning pages or books pages out. I think it's a way to like show the difference between like if I did it, say spines were out, those were my unread, spines are in, those are the ones I read. I could do something like that, but and some people do it where like they randomly pick a book or they have like a number generator or something, and so they somehow number the books, and then as they read them they turn the spines out so that they know it's been read. I don't know. I guess it depends on how they set it up and how they do it. I know there is one person that she wrapped all of her unread books. She had 100 plus, maybe even more. But she wrapped all of her books. She numbered each one. She put the numbers in a jar, and then she would pick one out, read the book, and then it went back on the shelf without the paper. I've seen that too. People have they've come up with some creative ways to get through their unread TBR. I don't know if I could do the whole wrapping thing. It's That's too many. Swank says, Molly, no, I wish that would be worth some money. Yeah. It definitely would. Molly says, Alicia, how about spines in but have tags or bookmarks or something that stick out of the books? Yeah, I'm thinking tabs, like doing like little tabs. So like if I had the books on spines facing out, then I would just put like a little tab with a number on it and then number generate, and that's where I read. However, because I have a lot of book series, I would have to see, like, say, book four in a series got picked, but I haven't read the series, then I would go to book one and then go from there. So it just depends on, because that could be doable. But that would have to be after I moved everything back in here and weeded out some of the YA. Because I also have to keep the books that Kelly and I have in common so that we can read through those together. But so those will be in a section, and then some of the YA that I know I'm no longer interested in will probably go on Pango or donate it to the library. That's the thought process, at least. Kim says, yeah, it was a journey, but basically we put 25,000 in the house, then put it back up after 2 months, reevaluated with two different realtors. And with the market at that point, we would have lost the money. Ugh, that's annoying though, to have you guys pack up and stage the house to only then take it off the market, put that amount of money into it, and then put it back on the market and not be able to just do anything with it. And now moving everything back in. I'm not gonna lie, that would kind of make me mad because I get what you guys are trying to do, but at the same time, it would make me mad because that's almost like a waste of time. And not to mention, like, you're moving stuff in and out, and the realtors are, boy, I'm sorry. But on the bright side, you'll have everything back and organized the way you like it. Oh, Kim said that we had just put in, so we just said, let's be done. So you guys are gonna not move? Not, no moving? Um, Molly says, Kim, that's like the show Love It or Leave It. Yes. Love It. I think it was Love It or List It. That was a fun show to watch. It was interesting. I've watched a couple of episodes. Kim says, LOL, Molly, yeah, we had to definitely love ours instead. The beige walls are doing me in, though. You don't like the beige walls? Maybe you can paint a different color? Or, just decorate the walls and hide most of the beige. That's what I did with this room. This is beige, and I had bookcases in front of it. But we wanted neutral tones in this house because, believe it or not, this room used to be gray and then it was white. Um, and I don't do white walls because I used to live in military housing and that's all we had was white walls. So we like a little bit of color here. So we added beige and browns. And now this room's going to be like earthy tones. Jen is here. Alicia and Rafi. Hello, hello. How are you? What's you up to? Um, Let us know what you would like to be called. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce your name. I see a Kumar in there. I'll call you that if you like. Or if you have a name that you would like to be called, let us know. They say, hello, what is this stream about? We are doing reading sprints. And as soon as we get to the bottom of the comments, we will go into our second sprint. We have been quite chatty here today, but we are doing reading sprints. So this is a bookish live stream. Molly says, thanks, Alicia. I keep telling him that, but he has a Bug in his ear that he trusts more. One of the buckets is full of open and poured in Idaho instant potatoes, but no instructions. See, you can't do that. Now, if he had had packages of the instant potatoes, that would be a little easier because you could take out the ones that are expired and input new ones that aren't. But instant potatoes, um, they don't last long. So yeah, I would definitely like go through those. And I wouldn't one bucket has open full of open and poured instant potatoes. Mm-mm. We would not be doing instant potatoes. That's I mean if you like potatoes, that's one thing, but I don't know that I would just have instant potatoes like that. You know what I mean? That and no instructions. How are you supposed to know how to cook them? And what if they're different flavors? Oh dear Lord. That wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. Amber Lee is here. Hi, Alicia. Hey, chat. How are you? Let us know what you're reading or working on. I promise we're almost to the bottom of the comments and we can go into our next sprint. Swing says, I'm going to make my library in dark academia. Ooh, I've seen a couple of those on Pinterest. They look very nice. Very nice. Kim says, I'm planning on filming as I unbox and put away. I'm going to rescan as well for an updated list on Libib. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Molly is telling our newcomer that we alternate between chatty bits and time to read or write or other productivity. Yes, indeed. Indeed, indeed. Christina says, hey, beige walls are just canvases for new colors. This is true. This is true. You could make a whole mural with a beige wall. Jen says 8 feet tall shelves. Yes. And yes, we're talking about possibly doing a ladder because I'm short. I'm short. So we might have a Bell library with the ladder. We'll have to see. But it is a possibility. So if that's the case, then one section of the bookcase might have to be thicker just so we can put that rod on there for the library ladder. And we'll go from there. But um, but yeah, they will not be brown bookcases. We're gonna have green. I decided to do earthy tones. Swank says Alicia, she means the dollhouse. Oh, the doll. Explain to me what I'm missing. Oh, the gothic dollhouse. Your brother wouldn't like it. I see what you're saying. I mean, depending on who has possession of it, they don't have a say of what the person does, right? So if Molly has possession of it, or you know, she could turn it into a gothic dollhouse. It's up to her. If the brother has it, then he can turn it into a Barbie dream house if he wanted to. I'm just saying, possession is 9/10 of the law. They can do whatever they want. I think the gothic dollhouse would be pretty good though. Just saying, you could use that as a Halloween decoration too. Um, where is the dollhouse now though? Is it still with the parents? Do they have a will in place? This is all things to think about. I still like the gothic dollhouse idea. Um, Kim says, LOL, it's true. I'll just decorate with colors and leave the walls. Mm, nice, nice. Are you thinking about what decor, colors, and everything you're going to do? Let us know. Molly says, well, maybe tag the book series all the same number. I could do that. I could do that. And I was doing so on the old bookshelves, you guys will probably remember I did have vertical and horizontal. I think if I did, in theory, if I read out some books and put everything vertically, that would be doable. If I have to go horizontal at any point in time, that may not be doable. But I have to see how many books are going back on the shelves. But all time will tell. Time will tell. Because now I'm going to be intermingling everything that has already been read and things that have been unread. So I'm going to have to pay close attention to and tab as I go everything that's unread and not include the books that are getting weeded out. We'll put them in a pile. This is the pile of weeding out books. Here's the stuff that goes on the shelves. Molly says, "Hi, Jen." Kim says, "LOL, I've been mad for like 2 years over this nonsense, but it's over, so it's fine." Yeah, but still, that's 2 years. Um, I don't blame you for being mad. And for you, I'm glad it's over. Like you guys will be able to like settle and just enjoy the space. Swank says, "Just think, you have a brand new house." That is possible. That we do. Yep. Molly says they are different flavors, all mixed together. Ma'am, they need to go. Could you imagine how that's gonna taste? You'd be having some sour cream and onion but mashed potatoes with some butter and herb, and then some butter potatoes mixed in with some four cheese flavored potatoes. Oh, my taste buds are like cringing for you. Yeah, again, I could see if it was a bucket of all the like packaged instant mashed potatoes, but because they're all mixed together, I have questions. Who set that up? Yeah, if it's been sitting there since 2020, especially the instant mashed potatoes, I would question because it's in a container. If it's not sealed properly, I would check and make sure there's no bugs because weevils and other things can get in and no ma'am. No ma'am. Jen says hi to Molly. Amberly, I'm not great. We have to say goodbye to our dog today. Oh no. Trying my best to stay busy and distracted, but I'll admit I've gotten basically nothing done for days now. Understandable. I know that feeling. And that's not I send you all of the hugs. All of the hugs. If Ralphie could give me my arm, I'd give you a hug. I give you virtual hugs. Jen says, "Hugs, Amber. I'm so sorry. Having to say goodbye to an animal is never a good day." Molly says, "Oh, Amber, hugs. Yes, all of the hugs." Amberly says, "Thanks, Jen and Molly. It's been a really rough week. I've had no attention span for reading or sprints or anything, and I don't blame you. Take the time that you need to take care of you and your family and make sure that you guys have what you need and slowly get back into normal routines. Take the time that you need." All of the hugs. All of the hugs. Molly says, "Yes, mom has the dollhouse, and as far as Will, I think so. But honestly, given how much she has supported me financially, my siblings won't be happy if I get anything. And I've already told Mom. I'm not going through the who gets what with those two again after they greed they showed over my dad's stuff when he died. That's horrible. I know what that's like too. It's never fun to like figure out like who gets what when someone dies, especially if there's no will. Then it's yeah, you see different sides of different people, and it's not fun. Not fun. Uh, Swank is giving hugs to Amber. Molly says, Amber, I always say that pet owners are some of the bravest people because we know we are likely to outlive our pets, but we take them into our hearts anyway. And I have been greeted by another one. Hi, Isis. Now Ralphie gets up. Ugh, you got cat fur all over my sweatpants and shirt. Come here, Isis. I don't know if Isis will get close enough so I can pick her up. She's kind of like she's going around the room because she hasn't been in this room lately. Yeah, we. I'm not looking forward to it. I hated when we lost Simon, and I know that with Ralphie and Isis, that time is gonna come as well, and I'm not ready for it. I mean, we've had them since they were kittens, so I think Isis is 16 now, so I know it's coming at some point. And Ralphie's 15, so it's hard. Swank says, Molly, so true. It is indeed true. Amberly says, it's so hard, Molly. We've known since January that this was coming, but it still sucks. Yeah, it doesn't make it any easier. It really doesn't. You could know it's coming, you know it's inevitable, but it doesn't make it easier. And Molly says, it does suck. I'm glad you've been hanging out with us in sprints, even though you don't have much focus. You don't have to grieve alone. That is right. We are here for you. We are here for you. You can hang out as long as you like, and we will help you throughout the sprints. Speaking of which, I believe that is the bottom of the comments. So I'm going to pull up our little timer here and we can go for another 45 minutes. Yeah. Let me read Molly's comments here real quick and then we'll go into our sprint. Molly says, I had someone tell me about a year ago that grief is the love we have for a loved one that we cannot give them anymore. That's a good way to look at it. That's a very good way to look at it. And Kim says, I'm cat sitting my friend's cat for a week while they're on vacation because she's 16 and she wants someone around in case. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. And Kim says, very true, Molly. I don't know where she's at. I hear her. She might be in the bathroom. I'll have to go find Isis because now she's now she's meowing. And Christina says hi to Amber Lee. All right, I'm gonna star that one. We're gonna go into our second sprint, and I will see you guys back in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. How did everybody do on that sprint? As you can see, Ralphie is sitting on my lap. Not really my lap because my leg is kind of like here, so he's laying on my leg. Oh, let me see. Can I show you? There. That's how we're sitting. So he's sitting and hanging out. He gets up when I get up. He sits down when I sit down. So he's keeping me company. He is. Yes. You gonna read the comments for me, Ralphie? You gonna read the comments? No. Okay. Let's push back up so they can see. That sprint, I folded another load of laundry. I talked to hubby because he was decluttering underneath his bathroom sink. He has like cleaned off and decluttered his sink area. I need to do the same for mine. Um, and then you guys may have saw that I had a chocolate chip cookie, and we currently have like a half gallon of they call it like Star Wars blue milk. It's made by True Moo. And so I bought some of that when I was at the grocery store. I thought it would be fun for the kids. And I think they bring it out like once a year because of May the 4th, so Star Wars stuff. And so I bought some. I was like, hey, why not? They should come out with the green one, you know what I mean? Like at the parks they have blue and green. But so far I've only seen blue in the store. So that's what I got up to, and I wrote down my thoughts on a couple of different things in terms of putting the library back together when we rebuild it. So I was jotting that down so that I can like think about it, change it as I go if need be, or say this is how I'm going to do it, and then be done. So definitely in the next sprint, I'm going to try to get some reading done. I believe this was our last comment. Christina was saying hi to Amber Lee. And then Glenda popped in just as we were going to sprint. So she was saying, hey there, Alicia and everyone. Molly said hi, Glenda. And Amber Lee said hi to Christina. I'm going to move this closer so I so Christina. And it doesn't want to let me click on it. It's not letting me click, and then I saw it. It's fine. I have my Wi-Fi extender. I don't understand. This was me saying hi to Glenda. Welcome in. Amberly said hey to Glenda. Swank says Molly, I love that. Glenda, Amberly, I'm sorry about your dog. Hugs, hugs. All the hugs. Swank says hola to Glenda. Amberly says, thank you, Glenda. I really appreciate it. Glenda says, hello, Swank, Molly, Christina, Jen R, Jen, Carissa, and anyone I missed. Elena is back. Hello, everyone. She's asking how everyone's doing and that she's all right. Belinda says hello to Elena, and that she says I'm good here. Elena says hello to Glenda. Molly says hi, Elena. All the hellos. Molly, Ralphie loves his mama. He sure does. He's never too far behind from where I'm at. And he's always been like that. I'm the only one that can practically do whatever I want to him. I can like mess with his ears and I can pet him weird, and he just goes, okay, I put up with it. If it was anybody else, claws would come out. But he seems to be enjoying it, seems to be relaxing. Are you falling down into the chair, Ralphie? Yeah. Christina says, heading over to watch Vampire Diaries now. Enjoy your watch along. I'll get caught up, I promise. I might be ahead of you guys after like a few days because when my husband and I watch stuff, we usually watch like 1 to 2 episodes a night. So it just depends on timing when we can get the kids to bed on time, if we can get them to bed on, and so on. Um, Kim says already I've given the bookcases a wipe down and have set up all the filming things and have my first 4 TBR boxes. I guess I have to actually unbox them now. You got this. You can put them all in order and set them on the shelves. Uh, Jen says I read a chapter in Tower of Dawn and had to charge my phone, so I reset the laundry and released the laundry around in the farm. Going to start platform book. Ooh, I'm at network effect. I have after I have all of the books. It's just I need to read network effect in order to get to the other books. Hopefully you're gonna enjoy it. I mean, if you've read it thus far, you must be enjoying the series. So I hope Platform Decay is good for you. Swink says, have you noticed that YouTube now makes you watch commercials before you can click the button? The like button? I have not. Interesting. One thing well, this is probably a StreamYard thing, not necessarily a YouTube thing. StreamYard will have all of the new content right and almost highlight. And once you comment, it kind of like fades. It goes, it. So you can see which ones are older comments and. But I haven't seen the YouTube making you watch a commercial before you click the link. That's we might look again. Let's see. Leaving you up for watch. Right. Issues. So I don't. Nothing for fun and hanging out today. Maybe it's the mouse. The mouse is not. Kim says I also did a mock-up in Canva that I can label where I might put TBR versus red, etc. Ooh. Nice. Dude. It won't let me. It's like delayed in clicking the comments. When it shows up, but I'm deleting them because it's delayed. I don't know what it's doing. But Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. What are you doing? How was graduation? I know you had that Friday. I hope it went well. Was everything? Well, my comment. Thanks, Dr. It says, just spent $400 at the grocery and I'm about to have a heart attack. I'm right there with you because I went today and I spent 7. So, and I got everything on my list. I didn't deviate one item not on the list. Like I didn't buy anything extra. I ate before I went, so I wouldn't buy. Grocery prices are crazy. I'm almost afraid to go to the grocery store. Just go little by little as I need it. Livia says, I'm so sorry, Amberly. Yes, all hugs, hugs. Molly says, hey, how to take a can and make it a template. So all I have to do is pop on a graphic and it snaps to the right side. Hi to Olivia. I saw that. It keeps flipping. I don't know my things. Olivia. Here, hello Paula. Hi Alicia and Paula, like button. I can't say I gotta watch why can cook it. Have Wyatt. Hello. Paula. And listen to some more of my book. Nice. Molly says, Kelly. And Molly says to Kelly, I can send you some instant potatoes if you want. Just tell me what flavor you're going to get. Kelly says, hi to Paula. Hello, Molly. Christina says, hi, Kelly. So Molly, let me know what you need. I haven't worked with too many templates before. I know when you use certain elements, you can easily change things. Kelly says, that's so kind of you, Molly, but I'm eating everything we just bought, not wasting a penny. I don't blame you. We're going to be doing the same thing. No waste. No waste. We're going to figure out how to do it, and we're going to live on leftovers. There is hi. Kelly says, Christina. Kelly says your internet is going in and out, Alicia. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. Because I have it's completely fine. That I don't know. Computer is not hot by any means. So I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully it will stop doing that soon. But we do only have one more sprint. So Molly says, can I DM you on Discord, Kim? Kim to Molly says, sure. Swank, your audio is tinny and going in and out, and you look fuzzy. I don't know why. I will pull up. let's see. I can pull up my stuff, but because I want to see what it looks like. Of course, it's like, you must sign in. Why? Just why? Yeah, the quality for me is at 480. I just put it on 720. It seems like it's better, but I'll keep an eye on it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that. Swank says hey to Kelly and hi Paula, and it's better now. Ooh, yay. Well, I'm glad it's better. Just in time for our final sprint. So let me start the comment, if it'll let me. All right, and I will pull up our timer and I will change the banner to say final sprint. And I will see everyone back here in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. Make it count. Final one. Welcome back. How was that sprint, that final sprint for everyone? Um, Ralphie is on my lap again, so not much movement, I think, but we'll see how it goes. I folded another load of laundry. I got my jacket because I turned the ceiling fan off because I was getting cold. And it turns out that my husband turned down the AC because he thought it was hot in the house. So between the ceiling fan and the AC being turned down, it got cold. So if you hear children in the background, it's because they're playing in the hallway. Um, I'm going to, as we go through the comments, start putting links in for people who are currently sprinting so you can go over and say hello. And then we will go from there. That is what I got up to. All right, let me see where we left off in the comments. I did put 2 links in, and I'll see if there's more. This was our last comment. I was having issues with audio and visual, and I don't know that it's on my end. It could have been StreamYard, could have been both. Don't know. It seems to be better now, Swank says. Then we had Pearl come in. Hello. I'm back from errands and cooking up a storm right now. I need to do that one of these days so that I can do like you saying you're gonna cook all in one day and then have food for the whole week. I need to do that. Jean popped in. Hello, Jean. Hello, Alicia. At 17% of ARC doll face. Nice. Hopefully you're enjoying it. This was me saying hello to Pearl and Jean. Glenda says Anna is sprinting for Cooking Mayhem. I did put her link in down below. Swank says thanks for sprints. See you in the morning. See you in the morning, Swank. Here is Tula's Maker Quest sprints. She is sprinting right now, so you can hop over and do some crafty time if you so like, and at least go and say hi and hit the like button. Molly says, thanks much, Alicia. I got 2 arcs done and reviews written. Nice. Not bad at all. Molly says, pearls. There is Anna's link for Cookie Mayhem sprints. Amberly says, no reading, but I did more laundry and put a bunch of laundry away. Still productive. And the reading will come back. Just take your time. I know I haven't been reading much either, so I know the feeling. But I hope to remedy it soon. Excuse me, I don't know where that yawn came from. Ren says made it to 65% in honor and heresy. Thanks for sprints, Alicia. You're so welcome. Thanks for coming and hanging out today. Pearl says to Molly, how's you? And Pearl says, hey there, Amberly and Ren and Swank. Amberly says, and bothered the dog a bunch, obviously. Yes, spend all the time with him or her. Spend all the time with them as you can. I've been doing that with my cats because I know that Isis is my oldest at 16, and he's not too far behind at 15. So every chance I get to like pester them, even just for a minute, then that's what I do. Amberly says hey to Pearl. Ren says hey Pearl. Pearl says I was working on my watch later list. Nice. Ren says I hope you get some reading into, Alicia. I will. I'm gonna definitely try to read in between tasks. Although I think my husband has a few tasks lined up for me already. So after here, I'm gonna go eat something real quick and then see if there's something that needs to have my immediate attention. If not, then I will continue reading because I would like to finish Two Can Play today. We'll see because I think I'm about halfway. So I would like to get that done today. If not, it'll be done tomorrow. And then I would like to finish. Um, I do have 6 books on Hoopla, and so Two Can Play is one of them. Brimstone is another, and then I have 4 other titles that are gonna go back in 10 days. So between now and my birthday, those are my focus. Hopefully, I can get them done. How's Brimstone going? I have not been able to read it yet today. So, but I hope to later. So it's not, but it will. Kim says 2 boxes have been unboxed. I decided to go with a YouTube Shorts method, so a box per video. If I have enough time, I may put 2 boxes per video. Oh my gosh, sorry. If I have enough time, I may put 2 boxes per video if I can. Ooh, there you go. I can't wait to see what everything looks like when you're done. With that being said, we are all done for today. So you saw that I put in Tula's Maker Quest sprints, and I also put in Anna's Cookie Mayhem, and I'm trying to see if there's any others. Let me refresh real quick. Katie from I Would Rather Be Reading is still sprinting. Let me put hers in. Although she tends to go about the same time I do. So she might almost be done as well, but you can at least pop over and say so there is Katie's sprints, and then one more. Steph over at Coffee's Over, is it Coffee Over Apples? She is sprinting. Looks like she has a bunch of people with her, so they might be having a party over there. I don't know. But there you go. There is some links. I don't see anybody else on my end. So Katie's, there's her link, and then Steph with Coffee Over Apples, there's their link. You can go find some more sprinty fun. I am gonna go eat and see if there's anything that has my immediate attention. If not, then I will see you probably in Anna's sprints, and I will try to finish my books. I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to finish Brimstone today. Definitely not. But I'm going to try to finish Two Can Play unless there is some cleaning that'll happen. Then that will be my finish it tomorrow project. So thank you all for hanging out with me today. Again, sorry if you guys could hear an echo, but from what you guys said earlier, there was none or very barely noticeable. So yay for that. And hopefully you guys will be able to see the progress as the library gets put back together. There should be some shelves back there at some point, and hopefully that happens sooner than later. But you guys know that if you're in my Discord, there will be progress photos along the way. And at some point, there will be a vlog about the whole ordeal. So you guys can see it in start to finish from vlog time. And then, of course, you'll see the sprints. So, or not sprints, but the photos in Discord. So Discord photos, there's going to be a vlog. I'm not going to say that I'll have new video content coming out because I don't know if I will or not. I do need to make at least one video because I have not made my kooky mayhem announcement video. So sorry that is very late, but better late than never, I always say. So I guess be on the lookout for that. I don't know if I'm going to film it here or if I'm going to try and have a bookish background. I do have a small case of books in my bedroom, so I might try to use that as a backdrop, but we'll see. We'll see how I feel. But until next time, guys, I will see you in the chats and around the interwebs and whatnot. Pearl says, thanks for sprints. You're so welcome. Kim says, take care. You as well. And Pearl says, I didn't know we were supposed to make a kooky video. Oops. If you're one of the co-hosts, we were supposed to do like a announcement slash TBR video. And then you could say that you were one of the co-hosts and all that stuff. I have not made mine yet. So I need to make mine and then I'll go from there. And I know some, of course, we'll have the sprints for Kooky, which I know I will have some coming up this week. I believe they're on Thursday. I think so. I have them already scheduled. So I just need to film my announcement. Are you going to help me, Ralphie? You are? Okay. Ralphie says he's going to help. So you might see Ralphie in my video. Pearl says, okay, whew. Yeah, no, I think it was only if you were like one of the like co-hosts. I mean, you could make your own I'm participating in kooky type video if you wanted to, but not necessary. So it's just me being behind schedule on filming videos for things that I participated. So I had planned on doing it actually. I was going to film my video the weekend of Mother's Day, and then all chaos broke loose. So it has kind of put things behind schedule. So you might see like April and May videos in June. Sorry, not sorry, because I will get to them when I get to them. Most of them are filmed. I just have to finish editing and uploading. So but they will be there at some point. But thank you all for hanging out with me with sprints today, and I will see you guys around in the chats and in future sprints. And I hope you guys have a good rest of your weekend and week ahead, and I will see you next time. Bye.